lagi.
Igam. Cannot speaker. Okay.
Good morning for good morning for Ibu Nurhayati Harun. Welcome to the conference in this morning. Thank you. Things are dim mysterious.
Assalamualaikum. Morning. Can I test my audio?
Selamat pagi, Prof. Ya, is clearly.
Selamat pagi.
We kindly remind all participants. We kindly remind all participants to rename your Zoom display name using the format room number underscore your name. So for example, room 1 underscore Tasha Marisman. And then change your field to a background to the official CoNeSciNTech 2025 background shared by the committee. Thank you. Welcome, Director of Universitas Internasional Batam, Pak Iskandar Itan. Welcome to the conference. Also welcome for Sir Pandu Prasojo as a moderator in this activity. Good morning, Sir Pandu.
Good morning, Tasha. Thank you so much for your welcoming greetings.
Welcome, sir.
By the way, can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes, I can hear your voice clearly.
All right, thank you so much, Tasha.
Before we begin the activity today, please, I remind you again to change your virtual background to the official CoNeSciNTech background shared by the committee in the chat box. Thank you. Welcome to the conference for Pak Heru Wijayanto. Good morning, Pak Heru.
Good morning. Thank you, Tasya.
Welcome to the conference for Dr. Maria Joy Casano in this conference. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed presenter, prospective participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. On behalf of Universitas Internasional Batam, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the 5th CoNeSciNTech 2025, the conference on business, social science, and technology. My name is Tasya Malarisman, and I'm truly honored to serve as your Master of Ceremony for today's opening ceremony. As we commence this meaningful academic gathering, let us take a brief moment of silence for prayer or reflection to each of our personal belief. Pray, start. Pray, finish. May today's proceeding be filled with inspiration, meaningful collaboration, and insightful dialogue. Ladies and gentlemen, to officially open this conference, we are delighted to invite the Rector of Universitas Internasional Batam, Dr. Iskandar Itan, to deliver his welcoming remarks. Dr. Iskandar, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Thank you all for being here today. It is my honor to acknowledge the presence of the following esteemed individuals. The first one is Dr. Nurhayati Harun, University Technical Malaysia, Melaka. Dr. Muhammad Julfabli bin Hasan, University Teknologi Malaysia, Johor Bahru. Dr. Maria Joy Casano Inglesia, Camarines Polytechnic College, the Philippines. Mr. Vivek Gilani, founder and director of Sea Balance India. Dr. Heru Wijayanto Ari Pradono, Universitas Internasional Batam. and Dr. Pandu Prasojo, who will be served as our moderator today. And of course, all distinguished guests, lecturers, students, participants, and other contributors whose names we may not be able to mention one by one. First and foremost, let us give thanks to God Almighty for His blessing, which have enabled us to gather here for the fifth conference on business, social science, and technology, or we call it the fifth CoNeSciNTech 2025, where we come together to exchange knowledge and learn from one another. On behalf of Universitas International Batam, I extend a warm welcome to all invited guests, keynote speakers, session chairs, moderators, presenters, and participants of the fifth CoNeSciNTech 2025. This year's conference is proudly hosted by Universitas International Batam, and it would not be possible without the valuable support of our international partners such as University Technical Malaysia Malacca, University Technology Malaysia Johor Bahru, Camarinesor Polytechnic College the Philippines, Sea Balance India, Polytechnic Ibrahim Sultan Malaysia, as well as our partner from Indonesia, Universitas Palangkaraya in Central Kalimantan, Universitas Putra Batam, Universitas Bima Sakapenta, Polytechnic YKPN Yogyakarta. We also extend our appreciation to all other universities participating by sending their presenters and delegates. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference is designed to provide a platform for lecturers and students in the field of management, business, engineering, and social science to present their research, engage in meaningful discussion, and learn from the insight of others. To broaden the impact of the initiative, we aspire to make the conference on business, social science, and technology an annual agenda of Universitas International Batam, fostering sustained collaboration and academic growth. The fifth CoNeSciNTech 2025 consists of two main sessions. The first session is a seminar entitled Digital Transformation for Sustainable Development, Challenges and Innovation in Social, Economic, and Technological Fields. The second session is a research forum where 58 presenters will disseminate their research paper across 11 parallel sessions. To acknowledge excellence, the organizing committee has also prepared several awards, including Best Paper and Best Presenter. In closing, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to everyone who has contributed their time, energy, and expertise to the success of the fifth CoNeSciNTech 2025, especially our organizing committee, keynote speaker, presenter, reviewers, session chairs, moderators, participants, and all supporting party. We sincerely hope you will gain valuable insight from this conference and that our collaboration will continue to grow. May our collective effort contribute meaningfully to the advancement of education and the enhancement of social welfare in our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Dr. Iskandar for your thoughtful and motivating remarks. Your words have truly set a positive tone for a productive and inspiring conference ahead. Now, we would like to invite all of our participants to turn on your camera for a brief virtual group photo session. Our documentation team will guide you. I will count 2, 3. 3, 2, 1. Next slide. 3, 2, 1. Okay, last. 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you very much for your beautiful smile and participation. Before we continue, we kindly remind all participants to rename your Zoom display name using the format and change your virtual background to the official CoNeSciNTech 2025 background shared by the committee. This will help ensure a smooth and organized conference for everyone. To Dr. Iskandar Itan, you may now leave the Zoom session. Thank you once again for your time, your inspiring message, and your continued support of this academic event. If there
Thank
is no
you.
objection,
Thank you to all of you.
yeah, you're welcome. If there is no objection, maybe after the Q&A session, Dr. Iskandar can join again this Zoom meeting to give the certificate to keynote speakers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short break to allow our participants and panelists to prepare for the plenary session. Please remain on standby as we will resume promptly at 9:30 a.m. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation for your presence at today's opening ceremony of the 5th CoNeSciNTech 2025. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Welcome to Universitas International Batam or UIB. We are proud and honored to introduce UIB to you. Established in year 2000, UIB is a newly private university, but it has tremendous potential. Located in Batam City, about 20 kilometers southern part of Singapore, Malaysia, UIB is a campus with adequate infrastructures to support excellent teaching and learning processes such as library, laboratories, sport hall, dormitories, etc. UIB has many departments with high quality standards, research activity, community service, and market and industrial collaboration. In accordance with the vision and mission of UIB, we will develop UIB as an international quality university and foster graduates who are able to encounter dynamic global changes. Thus, all stakeholders will be able to acknowledge the potential and benefit of UIB as a center for the development of science, technology, art, and cultures in reinforcing Indonesian human resource development. Critics and suggestions are welcome for our university. Thank you.
I am someone who enjoys traveling and seeing new places. I am from France. When I had the chance to study and live in Indonesia, especially in Batam, I was very excited. Personally, the meaning of study is not only reading a book or memorizing every lesson, but trying to be able to explore your surrounding in order to grow your knowledge.
UIB, as one of the best universities in Kepulauan Riau province, gives me such a big opportunity to learn more about civil engineering and also to learn Indonesian language and culture. I want to challenge myself and experience how life is when you are not in your own country. My first impression when coming here is the cleanliness and friendliness of its people. The relationship between the staff and students is strong as well. I can see that the facilities provided is very convenient, and even if it's my first time coming here, I can feel that I can adapt to this place pretty well.
is Leonie from SMA Negeri 1 Tanjung Pinang. I'm very grateful to get the chance to continue my study in university with a great quality such as UIB. UIB expands my horizon and gives me a chance to study abroad. I'm accepted for Cemerlang Scholarship, which is a scholarship for prospective students who have academic and non-academic achievements. This scholarship waives the tuition fee for 7 semesters and gives a job placement in UIB for prospective students. Therefore, I can study in World Science Department while I'm working, so I can develop my social network in my future. For me, UIB is a great place to be, so let's join us.
Hello everyone, my name is Leonie, an alumnus of SMA Harapan Utama Batam. At first, I didn't believe that there are universities that give full scholarships to prospective students. Moreover, every prospective scholarship recipient also has the opportunity to get a job placement. Of course, my doubt went away after I applied and got accepted at UIB with a major in accounting. I got awarded with Cemerlang Scholarship, which is a scholarship for prospective students who have academic or non-academic achievements. This scholarship waived my tuition for 7 semesters and gave me the opportunity to work at the same time. Therefore, now I can study while working in UIB. This experience is certainly valuable and gives me more networking opportunities in the future. So, let's join us for a better future.
Welcome to Universitas International Batam or UIB. We are proud and honored to introduce UIB to you. Established in year 2000, UIB is a newly private university, but it has tremendous potential. Located in Batam City, about 20 kilometers southern part of Singapore and Malaysia, UIB is a campus with adequate infrastructures to support excellent teaching and learning processes such as library, laboratories, sport hall, dormitories, etc. UIB has many departments with high quality standards, research activity, community service, and market and industrial collaboration. In accordance with the vision and mission of UIB, we will develop UIB as an international quality university and foster graduates who are able to encounter dynamic global changes. Thus, all stakeholders will be able to acknowledge the potential and benefit of UIB as a center for the
We now invite Okay. Now I would like to hand over the session to our plenary moderator, Dr. Pandu Prasojo, who will be guiding us through the session with the theme Digital Transformation for Sustainable Development, Challenge and Innovation in Social, Economic, and Technological Fields. Dr. Pandu, the screen is yours.
Well, thank you so much, Tasha. By the way, can you hear my voice clear and sound?
We can hear you, Sir Pandu.
Okay,
Dr.
alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Assalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wa man tabi'ahu ila yaumiddin. Warm greetings to everyone joining us from across regions. Welcome to the plenary session of the 5th CoNeSciNTech 2025, where we explore today's theme with the digital transformation for sustainable development, challenges and innovation in social, economic, and technological field. We are very honored to host an exceptional panel of keynote speakers, distinguished experts, practitioners, and change makers from Malaysia, the Philippines, India, and Indonesia. First of all, I would like to greet all of the keynote speakers today. We will have Dr. Nurhayati Harun from University Technical Malaysia, Malacca, and we will have Dr. Muhammad Zulfabli bin Hasan from Universitas Teknologi Malaysia. We also have Dr. Maria Joy Casano Iglesia from Camarines Sur Polytechnic Colleagues. And also we will have Mr. Vivek Gilani, the founder and the director of C Balance, and we will have Dr. Heru Wijayanto Apriandono from Universitas International Batam. Well, I will now guide you through each session and introduce our speakers in order. Our first speaker is technologist Dr. Nurhayati Harum. She's a senior lecturer at Faculty of ICT, University Technical Malaysia, Malacca. She holds a PhD in Information Engineering from Keio University, Japan, and has led over 20 major research projects in areas including IoT, wireless technology, signal processing, and sensor networks. With more than 100 academic publications, she's also a Google Ace, AWS, cloud practitioners, and a certified IoT and fiber optic professionals. Dr. Nurhayati is an award-winning academic, a consultant, and a STM outreach champion actively bridging academia, industry, and society. Good morning, Dr. Nurhayati.
Morning, Mr. Pandu.
Assalamualaikum.
Assalamualaikum.
How are you today?
Yes, Alhamdulillah, good.
Alhamdulillah. All right, Dr. Nurhayati, the screen is yours, doctor.
Okay, all right. So I share my slide first. So testing first. Can you see my slide?
Yes,
All
yes,
right.
doctor. It's very clear here.
Okay. So can I start the session, Mr. Pandu? Okay. Okay.
Sure.
Okay. First, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
A very good morning and greetings to the of course our chair today, Mr. Pandu, Pandu Prasojo, our honorable rector, Dr. Atan, distinguished guests, fellow researchers, and maybe we have industry leaders here together, and also our students, the students. So it is truly an honor to me to be here today at the 5th Conference on Business, Social Science and Technology, the CoNeSciNTech 2025. Okay, thank you for the opportunity given to me to share my perspective basically, and also part of my work on how Internet of Things technologies, IoT, can drive digital transformation for sustainable development, particularly in the social innovation domain. So my topic here, my title here is IoT for digital transformation, enabling sustainable development through social innovation. Okay. Okay, so let's come to introduction first. Okay, so the Internet of Things, or we just use the short form lah, IoT, refers to everyday physical object embedded with sensors, software, and connectivity, allowing them to collect and exchange data. But basically, IoT is not just about connecting machine. Okay, it's about connecting insight to action. When IoT is useful or can be used, can provide a good effect if being useful, if the IoT application can provide useful data to the human. Okay, meaning that the IoT technology need to is human work. Okay, so in this world, we have lots of challenges. For example, climate change, inequality, urbanization. So basically, IoT play a main role, main task for achieving the UN SDG, Sustainable Development Goals. So we have here basically 70 goals that the UN, the organization, have given to us to achieve lah. So basically, for IoT social innovation, we have four main point: SDG 1, no poverty; SDG 2, zero hunger; SDG 3, good health and well-being; and SDG 4, quality education. So this is directly go to the social domain. So basically, the social innovation is not about, it's about developing new solution to meet human needs. So when we innovate, with the goal of reducing poverty, we empower economic tools and inclusive services. And when we target hunger in SDG 2, we design smarter food, for example, smarter food system that ensure access and nutrition. For SDG 3, in health, social innovations maybe can provide better care, preventive tools, and support networks to underserved population. And the last part is SDG 4 for quality education. So basically, we need to develop tools that ensures that no learner is left behind, regardless of background or their ability. So together with these SDGs, just remind us that innovation, IoT innovation must be human-centric. Okay, focus not just on efficiency but also on equity and giving opportunity to all. Okay. So basically go to the next slide. So basically in this era of industrial revolution, so basically digital transmission is not a luxury, it's more to necessity. So it reshapes economies and offers inclusive solution to long-standing social challenge. So basically, using IoT, a powerful tool is a tool that connects a device, collect the data, and enables intelligent decision making. So, what happened when we channel this technology toward the underserved population, for example, visually impaired people or blind people. So we can see here, how can IoT technology be a bridge to equality? So today I will talk through one of my work with our team lah. Such information, we call it multi-language document reader, MLDR. So basically, this project is developed for the blind and visually impaired person, and we'll see how the product or the project will support multiple Sustainable Development Goal (SDG) through technological empowerment. So our objective is simple: to build an affordable smart reading device that reads printed text aloud in multiple language. We're using IoT, of course. Together, we also use AI technology and also cloud technology. Okay. So we built this one to become a bridge, or to avoid inequality in education, to support SDG 4. Indirectly, basically support also SDG 1, SDG 2, SDG 3 lah. Okay. So let's consider the real challenge here. When we see from the WHO data, over 39 millions are blind or visual, and more than 80% of the elderly considered as not blind, is more to visual impaired because of various eyes problem. But still, in public space, such as libraries, schools, government office, this place offer very little facilities that can help those people. And always when we talk about the visual impaired, we always talk about Braille. While this Braille is the essential literacy tool, but most of those public places do not have these facilities, this Braille resource. So what we can do with the IoT technology? So looking at the challenge first. So basically, socially, economically, more than 70% blind of are unemployed because of they're not having the same chance to go for education because of the limited brain resources. So at the end, after they can proceed, they can have equal education, and this will lead to the unemployment. So another part is, yes, technologically, there is some device or technology have been introduced. For example, digital book or RCAM, My Eye 2000 2.0. But this device basically supports single language, for example, and sometimes expensive. For example, digital book, the blind people need to access using, because it's app. So they need to access using handphone, which is not all of those blind people can use the smartphone properly. So basically, we can see this device is basically not friendly, not user friendly, not visual impact friendly, and high cost. So solution here, we took this problem and tried to develop, do the project with a device that accessible, support multi-language, and also low cost. Okay. Okay, so this is the proposed solution. So we call it MLDR. So basically, this proposed solution integrate IoT, technology, AI, and cloud. So if you can see here, this project dependent or use, not dependent, basically use Google Cloud using the API, Google Cloud Vision API, Google Cloud Text-to-Speech API, and also Google Cloud Translation API. So what are the key features when we go in depth in general about the technology? The key features, we use image to text conversion using Google Vision API, language detection translation using Google Translate, TTS or text to speech conversion using Google TTS. And also we use very simple hardware speaker headphone to deliver to the visual impact. And also, since we are using the Google, so languages that supported, because we are developed this formulation now, so because we have multi-nation, we cover Malay, English, Mandarin, and Tamil. This is for the voice. For the voice, cover these 4 language, but for reading, the device can read even Arabic, Japanese, Mandarin, of course, and very special character. Basically, it's depend on the Google capability that we know is very awesome. Okay, so from these key features, okay, this product, we use a very simple component. We use Raspberry Pi as a we call it as brain, like as the main CPU, and we use a camera to text to capture the image. We use the button to click and capture image, and once the image is captured, we use the image and apply the image to text conversion. Then we also at the same time the converted text will change to transform to the speech and deliver to the user. So very simple process, just using the button. It's a full capture, convert, translate, and speak deliver to the user. So basically, we have test this product. Okay, so basically performance test, we have functionality test, and we see then the product can cover multiple language as a design, and also the font size. Okay, basically it can read minimum readable font size 10. So basically 10, the 10 font basically is a standard font for the book or any academic document. So I think the product can be a very good tool for those who want to, for those visual impact who want to further the study in the normal education organization without the help of Braille, for example. Okay, we also test this product or project to the visual impact person, blind person, using SUS, system usability test, and the score is quietly impressed because we obtained more than 90%. So we can consider it's a very excellent product with a grade A. And also from this test, we can say that it's quite a user-friendly product. Okay. Okay, so now basically, when we see in general about impact and significance, so we can see that it enables independent access to book and information for the blind. It low cost. It's considered totally low cost because we use a very simple microprocessor Raspberry Pi, and we can just maybe the individual or person can bring it's portable, and also it can be implemented in any public library, for example, and it can help reduce dependency on Braille. The shortage of Braille instructors, for example, the shortage of Braille instructors in education institution also can be solved. And for Malaysia, it's very good. I think not for Malaysia, for all or for the global, it's a very good good product to ensure digital transformation, useful digital transformation. And it supports SDG 1, SDG 2 to ensure no poverty, no hunger among visual impact, where equal chances are given to work in general workplace. Yes, to solve the problem of 74% is employed. And also it support SDG 3 to ensure good well-being, because when the visual impaired person can see, of course not similar, not at the same level as normal person, but still they can access the information accurately. And also the most important part is support SDG 4 to ensure equality and education. So where these blind people will have equal opportunity to access educational material. So when we talk about the use application, this product can be installed in library, in public place, museum, or maybe religion place, because it also can support Arabic. Maybe it also can support the old character. I mean the ancient character, and also suitable for academic organization, of course. Okay. So let's go to the path forward, or the innovation beyond the product. I mean the future work, what we are working with. Okay, we are now expanding the project to the first expand integration with cloud technology, because currently it's solely in the device. Just use the API. So if we integrate to use fully cloud technology, we can expand to, for example, we can develop a very useful dashboard for caretakers, for example. And also we can integrate with the safety features. Once we use Raspberry Pi, we can embed a lot of sensors to make sure that you can maybe add safety features together with the device. And currently, this device is internet dependency, because we use Google API. So we are also working on the case that no internet. So no internet provided in the coverage. When the user use a device outside internet coverage area, how I mean maybe Raspberry Pi can have another algorithm, or another what we call it, another features that can handle those offline situation. Okay, another part is also we are planning to expand to add machine learning features. So when we put machine learning features, I mean that the input from the user can be used for the future recommendation, for example, based on individual pattern. Then the device can help the user to recommend in any decision making. Okay, so now, so ladies and gentlemen, so we can see that digital information must go directly to the user. We cannot talk about smart cities, AI, cloud computing, while leaving millions behind this. We talk about smart city, but always for normal person. So we cannot leave this. We're not calling that minority, but those population, those millions population that need our help while using our technology. So through this innovation, MLDR, we're not only solving technical problems, we also building bridge to equity, giving voice to the unheard. We call it unheard maybe, and change the technology into humanity allies. Okay, so let us innovate not just for the next industry, but also for next generation, where no one is left behind. So thank you. That's all for my session today. So I give back to our chair today, Mr. Pandu.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Nurhayati. Your presentation, I mean, for your insightful presentation. I think your work in IoT and also for the equality truly gives us a powerful perspectives on how innovation can drive sustained development. All right. Before we proceed to the next speaker, we understand that Dr. Nurhayati has another important commitment after this, a class to attend after this shortly, if I'm not mistaken. Am I right, Dr. Nurhayati?
Yeah.
So with that in mind, I'd like to open a short Q&A session first, specifically related to the Dr. Nurhayati's presentation. Well, if you have a question for her, please feel free to raise your hand or type it in the chat box. So let's make one or two questions while we still have her with us. Questions? Let me check from the chat box first. Okay. Not yet. No question yet, doctor.
Mungkin belum warming up.
Okay. It's still in morning, maybe.
Yes,
Wait a second.
maybe
Let's wait
perhaps.
for 1 or 2
It's
minutes,
normal,
doctor.
it's normal.
All right. All right, all right. Let's wait for a second.
It's okay.
Okay, there is message. IoT is very useful for making life easier through technology. So IoT is very useful for making life easier. Are there any negative impacts on the younger generation, and what is the solution? That's the question, doctor.
Good question. I think this question come from the younger generation, of course.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically, IoT. Okay. Since you are in, I think the younger generation is more familiar with IoT because you are IoT basically not only on the sensors, basically, even your smartphone. Okay. Actually, you are using IoT device, the smartphone. Your smartphone basically embedded with lots of IoT device. I think I'm not sure who, the maybe the student that asked the question because the question come from message, Mr. Bandu.
Yeah, from
Okay,
message.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, mixed student. So basically, for example, even your smartphone itself, and for the normal case, normal person case, lots of gyro sensor, for example, you have a camera. So all of these basically, smartphone itself is a sample of, but very good, very expensive lah, basically very expensive IoT device, complete with the lots of function that can is human being. So I think you already have the benefit of IoT technology. But for my presentation, basically, it's more to the low cost. Okay, low cost. Low cost. So you as a not you as the younger generation, basically, yes, you are very good user perhaps, but you must try to be part of the technology developer, technology solver using this IT technology. So we are lack of we need the young generation to involve in research, in developing innovation to help the new generation, meaning younger than the student itself. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much,
Okay.
doctor.
Am I answering the question? I'm not sure.
I'm sure it is answering the question. All right. All right. I'm inviting one more questions for the audience. We will still have about 1 minute before I would like to close this session.
Feel free, especially for student, feel free to ask.
Yeah, yeah. For students, feel free to ask. Yeah.
Because
Okay.
I come from Malaysia. Maybe you want to know something about Malaysia. How
I see.
it's time to
to share.
To share, just very simple sharing.
Simple sharing. Yeah. All right. Dr. Nurhayati, why you are interested in equalities?
Equalities, okay. So basically, one because of supporting SDG. Another part is because most of the researchers always go to industrial, how to, for example, smart factory, smart industry, smart campus, of course, because
Smart
when we are,
cities.
yes, smart cities. But what happened to those I think not many researchers or developers try to help or try to see the gap between
Between
normal
the
person
disabled.
and yes. But basically this kind of project, yes, the industry perhaps they don't support, they don't give a full support, but the government always giving us support. So we
Yeah.
have grants, receive grants to develop this kind of project.
All right, all right.
Mm.
Well, doctor, it seems that no other
Mhm.
students go on would like to raise
Uh-uh.
a question, but thank you again
Okay.
for your thoughtful presentation today,
Okay.
Dr. Nurhayati. But before we let you go, we would like to present a certificate of appreciation as a token of our gratitude for your valuable contribution to this year conference. To present the certificate, I would like to invite Dr. Wisnu. He's one of the head Institute of Research and Community Service in Universitas International Batam. So for Dr. Wisnu, the screen is yours.
Thank you for
Okay.
yes, Dr. Nurhayati Harun. Thank
Okay.
you for
Okay.
your sharing.
Okay, thank you so much for the certificate. Very honored to be in this session. And if the students and if the UIB or any audience need to contact me for the further discussion or maybe the sharing session, please be free to contact me at my I think there is a profile in my profile, then can contact me directly. Thank you for this certificate and also the session given to me.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Doctor.
Doctor. Thank you, Responder.
All right, once again, thank you very much, Dr. Nurhayati. We wish you a success in your academic and research career. You are always welcome in the future CoNeSciNTech events. Thank you so much. All right. We come to our second speaker. Our second speaker is Dr. Muhammad Zulfabli bin Hassan. Good morning, Dr. Zul.
Good morning. Assalamualaikum. Good morning. How are you?
Waalaikumsalam. I'm great. Thank you. And how are you, Dr. Zul?
Alhamdulillah, fine.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah.
So, Dr. Zulfabli bin Hassan, he is a senior lecturer at University Technology Malaysia who brings a deep understanding of the intersection between engineering and management. Dr. Zul earned his PhD in lean management and has extensive academic and practical experience, particularly in manufacturing system and industrial training. Having served for over a decade at Polytechnic Tuanku Syed Sirajuddin and now at UTM, he brings real-world insight into the evolving role of education and industrial collaboration. Well, Dr. Zul, we are very delighted to have you here. So please, the screen is yours.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Pandu. Okay. Right. Let me share my screen. All right. Can you see my slide?
Yes, doctor.
Okay. Let me try first. Okay. Is it move?
Not yet. No.
No. Because always when I'm doing the sharing, the slide is not move, so I cannot make it as a slideshow. Maybe. Is it okay
Slideshow.
if I just using like this?
All right. It's okay.
Okay, all right. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very
Waalaikumsalam.
good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Pandu, and also the rest of the team. All right. Once again, good morning, esteemed guests, respected members of the organizing committee, fellow academics, researchers, and their students. All right. So it is truly an honor for me to be here at the fifth CoNeSciNTech 2025. So I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Universitas International Batam for this opportunity. All right. So today's theme is one of the resonates deeply with the global challenge. So we face the opportunity that lie ahead with the digital transformation for sustainable development, challenges, and innovations in social economy and technological fields. So, inshallah, I will share regarding this kind of thing. Okay, so before that, my name is Muhammad Zulfabli bin Hassan, and I'm from Faculty of
Kalau FB
Management,
TikTok ini adalah ini
University
public
Technology
ya,
Malaysia.
jadi yang bisa diakses
Okay, so
diakses
it's time timely subject because what we do now as a educators, as a researchers, or as a innovators, so will directly shape our future actually. All right. So we move to the next. So now what is matter? All right. So I would like to discuss regarding what is a digital transformation and also sustainable development. All right. So let's begin with the understanding that what we mean by the digital transformation, okay, because normally we just listen what is the digital transformation, but maybe we don't know thoroughly what is that. And also regarding the sustainable development, which is, I think, that one is a common term that currently we are using, that we are aligned with the SDGs. Okay, so basically for the digital transformations, it refers to how technology fundamentally changes how we operate. Okay, so we would like to make a decision, we would like to serve the people, and also solve the problem. So it just not only about adapting tools, all right, so it's about rethinking process, mindsets, and also regarding the business models. So that is what we call it, discussing about the digital transformation. On the other hand, even though we always commonly heard about the sustainable development, that sometimes the people is still confused, right? So basically, when we are talking about the sustainable development, as outlined in the United Nations with the 17 SDGs, all right. So it's about meeting the needs of the present without compromising future generations. Okay, so as we all know that 17 SDGs includes the goals like no poverty, the quality of education, climate change, sustainable cities, and many more. Right? So we as educators, either lecturers, okay, docent, and anyway, we always doing the program, or we come up with a project that we try to align with the SDG number 4, which is we call it as a quality educations, right? So that one is one of the method how we would like to support for the SDG. Okay, so the key question is how to use technology for these goals without creating harm or inequality, right? Because we all know that the technology is good, but the reality we should accept is there is a what we call it something that not good behind the technology itself, but it depends on ourselves. All right. Okay. So for today, I would like to emphasize on the three what we call it elements, all right, in the digital transformation across key fields, which is social, economy, and also technological. All right. So for the first one, I love to touch on the social field. All right. The social field is basically the technology itself is making education, okay, more accessible through platform like Google Classroom, Moodle, Coursera, and many more. All right. So in a way, that one is very good for us. And in addition, that one is become more practical whenever we are facing the COVID-19 before, so that what we call it, that technology in terms of the education with the social media and the platform, like I mentioned just now, is very important up until now, even though now is we are already not face the problem like the previous one, but then we has been, comfortable to use all those method. Okay, sometimes we are doing the online class with the students and whatnot, so means that the technology is there, can help us, right? And also regarding the health system, okay, which is specifically in the e-health system. So it helps us to reach rural populations, right, via mobile health apps and teleconsultations. Okay, so if before this we don't have any, what we call it, the opportunity in order to serve for the some someone, the society in a rural area, but then with the technology we can help them. Okay, we can serve with the same what we call it, the what can we serve in the town and whatever, so we can also serve to the rural area. All right. And then the next one is regarding the social media. Okay. So basically, the social media is amplifying voices of youth, right? Activism and also civic engagement. So that one we cannot deny, because currently most of the youth are using the social media. So it depends on the individual, either they would like to use with a good or vice versa. All right. However, not everyone benefits equality. Okay, what I mean? Because the digital literacy and lack of access are still barriers. Okay, even though we have a good technology, even though we have a lot of apps and whatnot, but the barrier in terms of the digital literacy and also the lack of access still there. Okay, that one is we have to admit. All right. So the second one is regarding the economic field. I love to emphasize on the digital payment. Okay, digital payment system, e-wallet, online marketplace for business, basically have revolutionized small businesses. Okay, with that kind of method, okay, for example, digital business, e-wallet and whatnot, so it can help for the small businesses. Other than that, the platforms like Grab, Shopee, Tokopedia, TikTok, and whatnot also can empower micro entrepreneur. So that one we also cannot deny and no doubt, because currently we can see the transformation. Okay, or for example, in shopping as well, maybe most of us love to shop via online. Okay, compared to the physical one, but also still have a group of people that love to go to the physical one. But what I would like to emphasize here, that platform that using technology can help micro entrepreneur as well. Okay, and then also regarding the fintech. Okay, fintech is increasing financially inclusion among B40 community. So we can see the good of the technology itself. All right, but again, even though we can see a lot of goods, but the we have to bear in mind that the digital transformation without financial literacy or trust, right, in system can limit impact. Okay, so that's why we need to have a knowledge and the literacy. Okay, the next one is the technological field. Why do I touch on the technological field? Because as we all know that nowadays a lot of AI, okay, artificial intelligence, big data, IoT, which is can prove that that kind of thing can improve the productivity, can improve the quality, and also can help the industry to having the good forecast, okay, because the forecast is very important in order to anticipate the demand regarding the market trend and whatnot. So that one is no doubt. All right. And again, other than that, in the agriculture industry, okay, also using that kind of technology, okay, for example, using drones and soil sensor, which is basically helping optimize yields while preserving natural resources. Okay, that one is also, for example, in Malaysia, has been, introduced to the farmers, to those who are having that kind of business. So drones can help them so much. Okay. And then other than that, in the manufacturing sector, like the smart factory reduce waste and energy usage. As I'm in the lean management or lean manufacturing field, so basically that one is the fact whereby the manufacturing using that kind of technology, and they implement lean tools or lean practices itself in order to optimize the productivity, and at the same time would like to reduce the waste. Okay, because waste basically can impact to the performance of the particular industry. All right. So but however, we have to consider that like the data privacy, like the ethics, and also the human cost of automation should be taken into consideration. Okay, we cannot just only focus on the technology, but we neglect for the all those things like the data privacy, ethics, and whatnot. So we have to make sure that that one also we have to put into consideration. Okay. Next is regarding the challenge that we face. All right. Even though in the modern country, in the modern world with a lot of technology and whatnot, we have to admit that a lot of challenges that we are currently faced. Okay, for example, the first one is regarding the digital divide. Okay, this is all about the what we call it regarding the access and skill, which is millions still lack internet access or digital skills, which is this widens social inequality. So this is what does it mean by the inequality. Okay, because for example, there is a in rural area, and also we compare to the town. So of course, the town will be served with the good internet access and whatnot. So for those rural areas, still lack of internet access, so it make it the problem of inequality. All right. And then the second one is regarding the cybersecurity and privacy risk. This is as we are rely more on cloud system and also artificial intelligence, the data leaks and misuse become more frequent. All right. So that's why we need to have a good, cybersecurity system in order to protect our data, especially the data that involve with financial and whatnot. So that one is very dangerous. Okay, especially in banking and whatnot. So in terms of cybersecurity and privacy risk, when we are talking about the cybersecurity and privacy risk, that one we cannot avoid, because once we are in the technology world, technological world, so of course uh, something that can harm that technology is exists. So as a what we call it as a human, okay, we have to come up with the good solution in terms of cybersecurity. Then the third one is regarding the environmental impact. All right. Even though we are in the modern era, okay, but we need to bear in mind that our planet is very important. Okay, even though we have a lot of technology, we have a lot of something new that is very good, but the environmental should be taken into account. So basically, the data centers consume enormous energy. Okay, so e-waste is growing concern. So that's why we have to put into consideration regarding the environmental impact. Right, the next one is regarding the automation threatens job. Okay, so the fast technology pace causes burnout. So this one is we reflect to the job displacement and also the mental fatigue. So this one also we cannot deny because a lot of technology, especially in AI, so they can replace the task that made by human. So it make it like the risk or something that a challenge. Okay, but we have to bear in mind AI also made by the human. So basically, we cannot give all the things that need to manage by the AI. So we, as a human being, still can control. All right, and so how do we address this issue, right? So we have to think about that. So by placing people and the planet at the heart of digital strategy. So even though we have a technology, but the thing is the human itself can control all these things, right? Okay, so now what what can we discuss regarding the innovations driving change? Okay, so despite the challenges just now that we are discussing, so there are many inspiring innovations whereby it happening globally and regionally. Okay, so for example, in education, okay, in education, there is an interactive platform now adapt to students' learning style using artificial intelligence. So that one is one of innovation that can drive the changes in education, right? AI adapted in interactive learning platform with a lot of platforms because we just name it. Currently, a lot of platform that we can use, right? So the second one is regarding the in energy. Okay, energy where the smart grid, solar monitoring apps are making renewable energy more viable. So in terms of energy, of course, we have a smart grid. Okay, we have solar monitoring apps, so we can monitor everywhere. Okay, and that kind of thing can help to our planet as well. All right, the next one is in supply chains, right? So when we are talking about the supply chain, of course, it's close related to the blockchain, where it can enhance the transparency, right? And also in sourcing, so it can protecting both consumer and also the producer. So supply chain, the blockchain is very common in the supply chain. When we are talking about the technology in the supply chain, so the blockchain is very important. And the next one is the health, as AI, artificial intelligence, is basically can early diagnosis in rural area where doctors are limited. So that one is the use of the technology. Okay, the next one is what is the role of the youth and academia? All right, so university are no longer ivory tower. So we are labs for change. Okay, to the students, you are digital natives. You hold in your hands the tools to make a change happen. All right, but then to the researchers, you hold your role is to provide evidence-based solutions that are scalable and ethical. And to the institutions, where your challenge is to embed the sustainability and digital literacy into every program, every curriculum, every project. All right. So let's break the silos. All right. Bring together engineers, economists, social scientists, and designers to co-create inclusive, what we call it, inclusive innovation. All right. And for the call of action, I think as we look ahead, I offer three simple calls to action. Okay, the first one is we have to embed sustainability into all digital strategies, where we have to ask ourselves that what long-term impact does this innovation has on people and planet. And also we have to think about the promote inclusive access, where ensure rural area women, different able and elderly are not left behind. And the last one is we have to foster lifelong learning by digital transformation is ongoing. Let's commit to upskilling ourselves and others. As we transform digitally, we must also transform ethically and collaboratively. Okay, as for the conclusion for today, so ladies and gentlemen, the path of to sustainable development is not as a solo journey. It is a require partnership. Like we have to collaborate with the country, sector, disciplines, and also the generations. I believe that today's conference is part of the solution. when we share knowledge and align our goal, transformation becomes meaningful. Okay, indeed. So let's embrace technology, but let us lead with values. All right, let's innovate, but let us anchor in humanity. Let's build the digital world that is not only smarter, but also kinder, fairer, and more sustainable. With that, thank you for your attention. Okay, Assalamualaikum, and have a productive conference.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Well, thank you so much for Dr. Zulfabli for such a practical and thought-provoking presentation. Your expertise in lean management and strategic education industry linkage has given us a clear understanding of how
Alhamdulillah.
innovation must be grounded in efficiency and real-world impact. I
Alhamdulillah.
think that's why digital transformation matters. All right, thank you so much once again, Doctor. And right now, let's now continue with our next speaker.
All right. Okay, thank you very much
We'll
to
have
all
the
the team.
Q&A session later, Dr.
All right,
Zulfabli.
sure.
All right,
Okay, thank you.
thank you, sir.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Um, oh, by the way, Dr. Zul, we have questions on the chat box. So
Okay.
for the committee, should I start? Is that okay? We just start the Q&A session right now. All right. So Dr. Zul, we have a question on the chat box. Good morning, Dr. Zulfabli. My name is Citra. And please give answer my question. Digital transformation across key fields are social fields, economic field, technological field, as mentioned. Environmental impact is one of challenge we will face soon. Then how can those data consume the huge energy and how to reduce it? Or is there any alternative to this challenge? Oh, this is from the students, Dr. Zulfabli.
Okay, so the answer is how can those data consume huge energy and how to reduce it or its alternative to the challenge. All right, so basically when we are talking about how digital data consumption use huge energy, uh, basically it requires the data center itself. All right, so we need to, for example, for the data center, it runs 24/7 to store, process and
I'm
structure
sorry, Dr.
data, right?
Zulfabli. I think your camera is still off.
Oh, okay, wait. Wait. Where is it?
Nah,
Okay.
all right.
All
Sorry.
right. So basically, when we are talking about the data, so in terms of data carbon emissions, so most of the data center are still powered by fossil fuels, right? So it contributing to the greenhouse gas. All right. So the basically the solution is we are using the renewable energy. Okay. For example, we are we educate to use the renewable energy sources like the solar, wind and hydro. Also try to leverage the natural cooling, okay, for data center, like using the underwater, okay. And then we try to have the apply energy efficient architecture, okay, using the modular cooling, okay, with the block, and also the liquid cooling, and also maybe using the AI optimized energy management. So we try to using the technology as well. And when we are talking about the energy efficient, so we try to use less what we call it compute intensive AI model. Okay, we try to make it less, and we try to promote algorithm efficiency in the blockchain. Okay, so that one is the what we call it we try to make it less in using something that can contribute to the emission. So I hope I answering the question.
All right. Citra, is that answer your questions? All right. Dr. Zulfabli, we have the second question right here.
Okay.
Hello, doctor. My name is Padli, as we face pace changing of technology, is there any tips to adapt with this digital transformation, especially for elders? Mhm.
Okay, any tips to adapt with the digital transformation, especially for elders? Okay, so basically adapting to the fast pace of digital transformation basically can be challenged. Okay, that one is the fact, and especially for the elderly population who may not have grown up maybe with the technology. However, with the right strategy, I think they can adapt confidently and meaningfully lah. All right. For example, we have to start with the familiar. For example, everyday needs. Use the practical apps. For example, they use practical apps they already care about. I mean, like the WhatsApp to talk with the family, YouTube maybe for cooking, online baking. So focus on why it useful instead of how it works. All right. So when the purpose is clear, learning become clear. Means that we have to emphasize something that the needs of using that kind of technology, and also we can use the simplified or the friendly devices. For example, currently everyone have the phones and tablets, right? So we can use the voice assistant, okay, to help. For example, we have a Siri, we have a Google Assistant, and also we can use the accessible setting like the text size, color, and whatnot. So this kind of tools is basically like grandpad, jitterbug, so can help. All right, and I think that one is one of it lah. Can help in order to for someone that would like to just to begin. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Zul. Fadli, is that answer your question? Okay. Okay, I think that's answered the question. That is lovely. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. Well, it is Dr. Zulfafli, the second speaker. Now we'll move to the our third keynote speaker, Dr. Maria Joy Casano Iglesia. Now we turn to the Philippines for our third keynote speaker. Please welcome Dr. Maria Joy Casano Iglesia, the colleague dean of tourism, hospitality, and business management at Camarines Sur Polytechnic College. Dr. Maria Joy brings over 2 decades of experience in both of education and business sectors. She has worked with international banks and financial institutions and now leads academic programs that prepare future leaders in economics, tourism, and business. Her voice is one of innovation, community building, and cross-cultural understanding. Dr. Maria Joy, it is an honor to have you with us today. Good morning, Dr. Iglesia.
Blessed day to everyone.
How are you?
Let me just yeah, I'm okay. From the Philippines, I'd like to greet everyone from the Universitas International Batam. A good day. So to start with, Sir Pandu, can I do a screen share?
Sure, please. The screen is yours.
Thank you. Okay, I just like to check if my PowerPoint presentation is already seen on the screen for
Yes,
the participants.
Yes, Dr. Iglesia, it's already on our screens.
Okay, so again, a blessed morning to everyone, to the organizer. Thank you for the invitation. To the school heads. Thank you to TU. Thank you for the assistance for this talk. The focus of my talk is on enriching business thinking on digital transformation, its relevance to social, economic, and technological aspect. So the objective of the talk is to be able to revisit the traditional SMEs business design that they are adapting. Also, connect the present large enterprises, be able to discuss SMEs operations that are now shifting to high technology engagement, their effect to social, economic, and technological aspect, able to identify challenges and mitigation, and able to conceptualize a business thinking in the digital transformation. So currently, businesses are fastly increasing in numbers to different cities. I'm pretty sure not just in the Philippines, but also in Indonesia, other parts of Asia, around the world. So small, medium enterprises increase in operation as they wanted to take the opportunity to maximize profit potential in the market at a minimum cost of operation. Large corporations are very evident that they are now seeing higher possibility of having a high return of investment as they wanted to develop a new system of operation that is favorable to sellers and buyers in the economy. But in reality, not all of them are into that arena already. So other businesses, especially small, medium enterprises, still practicing a limited space of doing transaction. Hence, also having limited inventory, limited selling capacity, limited opportunity to sell. They even have the face-to-face transaction with low internet connectivity and no digital interaction. This type of SMEs focus their operation based on the supply side. So limited supply, limited production, their quality of output is dependent on the type and kind of supply items that they have. So profit making in this sense is greatly controlled and very evident, very dependent, on the supply of items that they have. So, however, there's an opportunity for greater inspection, but more on the payment is through cash payment. So limited discounts are not so evident. So in this, time and effort in payment is very seen to the side of the customer with almost no policy for return of items. And very time requirement and effort in paying if they go to the physical store. So, but uh, the some of the small business enterprises who are now shifting to electronically or more digital in nature, these young CEOs, uh, those managers that are open for digital era, their transaction is more electronic, but it requires a strong Wi-Fi access. This kind of business operation have less interaction actually. Uh, when you just place your order online, filling out all the information there, choosing your product, then you can now add to cart. You can even pay it through GCash. In the Philippines, we are used of GCash and PayMaya. Online banking is already increasing in its utilization. So by that, this kind of transaction save time, money, and even the burden of going to the physical store. Also, for those type of businesses like this, they are at demand side. They understand what the customer needs first. They sell the entire market. If they sell online, the scope of their viewers is more. So a lot of opportunity to sell the market. You just have to uh, launch your product very well online. So there's uniform platform. Payments are easier through e-banking. Products are more cheaper, and there are discounts. There are marketing strategies like giving coupons on this. And also in electronic uh, and online transactions, they accept returns only in the event that if there are terms that is offered. So in the digital transformation, small, medium enterprises and large corporations develop a more competitive position, acquiring more market share of the target buyers of their respective products and services. But these firms must operate in a more resilient and always with a high quality. In the
Yes.
Philippines,
Ito muna nga. Terkait bobot nilai, itu yang partisipasi dan lain sebagainya, itu kan ada yang tiba-tiba
hello?
berubah.
Ya karena memang sesuai.
Hello?
Yeah, yeah, Doctor.
Yes. So in the Philippines, it's very evident we are visited by typhoons. And so with that, these small, medium enterprises should be more resilient to natural and man-made disaster in order to not disrupt the operation. And on the other hand, government should take the role of such as the provision of high internet access. Okay, good road infrastructures so that there would be access for good delivery service to our target customers and be able to provide policies such as uh, having a competitive way wage rate to those that and also to eliminate those who take advantage in the accept accessible, inviting, and always maintain the presence of the website online. This is the reflection of the firm, and the website should have the content on the shooting of the company to the customers, able to have accessibility, easy to convey and take orders. The content of the website should something that is so also digital transformation in some of the small business enterprises and large corporation, they have to have a good social network capacity. So a qualified skilled person should maintain that, correct, be able to establish a stronger link to others. Is also email marketing and paid marketing, where it should entail strategy for promotional content that reflects the interest of the target customer, their buying habits, and easy for the transaction of the customer. So uh, with the digital transformation, companies should have a clear vision. All resources are towards digital direction, where physical resources that they acquire, such as office logistic, should be ready for digitalization. Human resources, like employees, should understand the system's operation, how do they use AI or other software that they may incorporate on their operation that should be aligned to their vision, mission, and goal as a company. They have to use their available data in order to decide for the future in the planning phase and its implementation, and able to identify areas for improvement, how this uh, applications that they adapt for the operation, for the business production, able to have the highest efficiency rate. So with that, there are effects to social aspect and the social interaction of the employees among and with the customer creates new practice that is now socially different. We can see now that the Gen Z are very much into technology, and that dictates already the business organization, how they will also respond to that. So business organization needs to accept and adjust. So here I have new buying process, the creation of new buying practices where different behavior is now defined according to the schedule of the customer, accessibility of the buyers to the market products online. They have to have the availability of the requirements such as having gadget, having internet access, this having new apps, and they have to know how they will use that. Um, so this entails social acceptance among the peers. Some of my students here are talking about what are the new items that they purchase online. So they have to have the apps, the gadget that is capable for that. And that affects their social interaction. Developing a new outlook towards payment modes. Now it's easy to just click your cell phone and buy it and then pay it online. So the attitude and values are already tested on that. There's high requirements for hiring for the companies who would be working on that. So students strive that they need to qualify. And for that, as in the academe, it is our task also to develop curriculum that would respond to the needs of the industry now that we are now shifting to digital transformation. So with that, it is the effect to the business side is fast production output, high quality in output, easy placement of orders, easy promotion through social media. Sometimes even if we don't like to buy, but if we are affected of what is on the reels, we're thinking of buying also. So here there is the opportunity to make more sales because our product is already exposed in the social media. Okay, so increase in the overall access to information and communication leads to initiating innovation for both consumers and business organization. For the economic aspect, high customer purchasing power is now seen in the market. So, customers, target buyers are now seeking for having those requirements for them also to be in the social media environment. Standard-based customer preference, there are posters that invites innovation and creativity. And so with that, there is increase in the number of businesses. There are increasing number of new business that would like to participate in the market. So in this sense, digital transformation is a driving force towards a technologically based economy. Okay, so for the technological aspect, there is now the opportunity to have a high technology design for every uh, small, medium enterprise, or even in the large corporation. They are now trying to define a new technology-based production that is dependent on a design that is automation, easy for the people to manipulate, accelerating innovation. It requires a lot of digital transformation. It actually reshapes business organization That's why in the planning stage of this kind of businesses, in the planning stage, they have to sit and decide how much is the budget requirement if they decide to adopt this type of technology. There should be a main consideration of the budgetary requirements, and still they have to adhere to the quality management principle in order to sustain that kind of operation. So, but for this kind of shifting to digital era, there are challenges. And for every challenges, we believe there are mitigations or there are solutions to that. Like for example, in the talent shortage can be answered where if there is available a skilled worker in the market. That's why we, the academicians, should check always the curriculum if it's still aligned to what is on the need in the industry. So mitigations generally for this, there should be overcoming resistance to change. There should be emphasis on the importance of creating a culture that supports digital transformation. The employees should not be resistant to change, resistant to the adoption of a new technology. Like in our setting in the academe, we have new apps for teaching online. There are faculty, especially the oldies, that are resistant to that, but it should not be. The organization should embrace, should be open to that. Leadership buy-in, this is referring to the successful digital transformation, which requires strong leadership guide and inspire the organization through its change. Integration of legacy system where challenges needs to overcome in the digital technology, data management and security, and always continuous adoption, continuous recognizing digital transformation as an ongoing process, which requires continuous improvement. So this is now the direction of our life, embracing digital era. So like, for example, in the hospitality industry, if there is a shortage of labor, that is the society, the LGU, the government should also intervene into that. In the banking system, is an issue of addressing security. Then the bank should address or improve what they can do to protect the data of the savers of the clients in the bank. So in the business thinking in the digital transformation, it requires a technology-based design, which now be dependent on the top management decision of an organization, either be that is a small, medium enterprise or now a large corporation. And it should require a strong internet connectivity. Okay, so this is the business thinking in the digital transformation where it has a management practices, main processes, and supporting processes, which should involve more on the acknowledgement, openness attitude towards technology use. Okay, so in conclusion for my talk, engaging in the digital transformation is never an easy direction, but a task that cannot be denied in today's era of digitalization. Hence, all business organizations should embrace and consider shifting from traditional to a more competitive and demand-driven society. Constraints and options are laid down. It is now for the company's top management to include in the planning and the budgeting and implementation on the adoption of this digital transformation. Challenges are always part of the business operation, but for sure, mitigation and recommendation is always possible with leaders who have openness on this digital era. Government and private enterprises should take role in the provision of necessary policies, the infrastructure, in the creation of an environment that is a digital era ready. with, for sure, emphasis on the fairness and quality. Okay, like inclusion of the gender in development. Social aspects are now changing. The behavior and interpersonal relations are already affected by social media. So these people needs to know what to do with artificial intelligence, how to use it favorably. So economics are now affected because of those changes in our society. And technology is now fastly innovating and incorporating to business operation. So in one sentence, I'd like to say that digital transformation is a subject for every firm's research, for every implementation of certain decision in a business operation, it must be supported with a good research so that we can lessen the risk on that. So thank you very much, Dr. Pandu.
Thank you so much, Dr. Iglesia, for such a rich and insightful presentation. Your experience across academia, business, and quality systems truly connects theories and practice, especially in preparing institutions and communities for digital transformation. Well, it was
Pleasure,
a
sir.
yeah. By the way, do we have any questions here from the chat box? Let me check for a while, Dr. Iglesia. Let me check, is there any questions?
Ma'am Benny.
Mm, there is a question, Dr. Iglesia. Why the role of government is not optimal in the digital era? What are your suggestions?
Yeah, it is very evident that the government is not as we are expecting to be more evident on this. That is actually, I think that is very evident in the Philippines. Uh, Taxation system that should be more from the government action is not so much seen in the social media business transaction that they have to develop. Now, I think that is a very big task on the side of the government. Provision of new policies, new assistance for these business entrepreneurs who would like to engage from tradition to the digital transformation. In the Philippines, we have a very weak internet connectivity, but the attitude of the people, Filipinos here, are more on the social, shifting now into social media. I think there's no Filipino that has no cell phone. I don't know if it's true also in Indonesia. Students in the elementary, high school are now having this kind of gadget because it is also needed on the education in their learning system. But the government, I could say by observation, that's still very weak in the provision of policy controlling mechanism and that they have to look into because in the business digital arena, it should have strong internet, Wi-Fi access so that these people can participate in the bigger market online. So that's, I think we are looking forward, not just in the Philippines government, but also in other form of a government, especially those who are in the third world countries. Okay.
Yes, indeed. I agree with that, Dr. Iglesia. And then we have the second question here. From Tasha Mailarisman. Okay. I would like to ask a question regarding one of the challenges you mentioned in overcoming resistance to change. What specific strategies have you found most effective in getting employees to embrace digital transformation within an organization?
Yeah, organization that is led by top management should be able to identify strategies that is comforting to those who have higher resistance to these changes. like in our institution, the oldest faculty are so resistant in studying Leons. Leons is a new apps in online teaching. It's a bit complicated, but when they study it and embrace it, it is more easier on their tasks. That kind of concept should be understood by this through uh, organizing a workshop, through organizing a comfortable venue for them to work on, and an assistance coming from uh, the admin part. So resistance can be deleted or minimized when the top management organize a certain strategies that is conformable and easy adaptable for those who are or employees that are having higher resistance for the change. I think Dr. Pantu.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah, again, I cannot say that again. I in line with that ideas from you, Dr. Iglesias. Anyway, one more question, Doctor. Is that all right?
Yes, yes, sure.
From Nainas, thank you for the great presentation, Miss Maria Joy. I'd like to ask, since data security, about data security risks, growing with digital transformation, what are the best practices you would suggest to manage the data security?
Okay. I think there should be in an organization, not everybody knows data privacy, what are the components, what are the scope, what are the inclusion for data privacy. So in order to address this, I think all business organization like academe, like the owners of SMEs should first know what is the scope so that they can understand how they would use it for their operation. So, in the growing digital transformation, awareness is very much needed, and so that the players in the market able to know what are they going to do and how are they going to approach, how they are going to use the available data, how are they going to secure their available data. I hope I answered the question.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Iglesia. Well, finally, this is the final, not the final, the end of the third keynote speaker session. Once again, thank you so much, Dr. Iglesia, for your time and your insightful presentation. Now we'll move to the fourth presenters. Our fourth keynote speaker joins us from India, Mr. Vivek Gilani, the founder and the director of C Balance Solution Hub. Mr. Gilani is an Ashoka Fellow, a US-trained environmental engineer from the University of Massachusetts, and an innovator in sustainable development practices. His work focuses on carbon footprinting, energy efficiency, and public engagement projects like the NO2 CO2 project and the Informed Voter campaign. Good morning, Mr. Kilani.
Good morning.
Okay, how's day there? How's day?
Great. Thank you very much for inviting me, Professor Nimatul and Professor, all of the team members of UIB, who I met some of them just about a week ago, actually, in Batam. And thank you very much for including me in this discourse. Yes. I come from a bit of a critical discourse about the growth of technology, the growth of large businesses, because what we are seeing is that there is an unfettered growth, and that has an impact on the climate crisis that we are currently a part of. It has an impact on the meaning of work. So while I completely understand the need to embrace digital technology and artificial intelligence, I'm sure all the teachers here would be very threatened by the idea of being replaced by a robot that does the teaching. So it is, of course, very natural that employees of companies who know that they're going to be eventually replaced by a digital technology will feel threatened by it and they will resist. And I think it is quite acceptable and should be understood as the kind of resistance that even we would put up if we were going to be replaced by a predatory technology that just threatens to take away the meaning of our existence to some degree. So I come from a slightly critical perspective, and what I'm going to focus on today is actually a technology or a notion of technology that serves society rather than a society that serves technology. So rather than preparing society to embrace technology, we need to create technologies that are fit for society. Yeah, so that's my perspective, and I'm going to just share my screen right now. I also wanted to share that I come from actually employing appropriate technology on the field. The kind of work that we do is of two kinds in terms of our engagement with technology. One of them is to work with informal settlements in India and now actually in Batam as well. We're going to be working with Habitat for Humanity, an organization that constructs affordable housing for the vulnerable communities. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be working with the community rather than for the community. And we're going to co-create solutions that reduce heat that comes from the roof and adds a lot of thermal stress, a lot of distress to the occupants. And I'll just give you some of the examples of the kind of technologies that we work with to just give you a sense of our grounded way of thinking of appropriate technology. So I'll just share with you one example. So this is a simple system which is like a cover. It's like a waterproofing cover, but below this cover, it has a shiny surface. The shiny material actually reduces the amount of heat that is radiated to the roof. So even if the top part of this cover becomes dark and it gets hot because it is black in color, it will not radiate any heat to the roof. And the way this works is there is a simple pipe motor that pulls these cords and closes and opens these coverings on top of the roofs to reduce the heat gain inside the house. So I'll just play the video for a minute to give you a sense of the kind of appropriate technology that we're working with. Okay, so the idea is in the daytime, you want to cover the roof, and in the nighttime, you want to open the roof so that the heat from the roof can be rejected to the night sky. And I'll just give you one more example of an appropriate technology-based solution which works with the community and takes their ideas into consideration to develop these solutions. So this is a solution that, again, shields the roof in the daytime and allows the heat of the roof to be rejected to the night sky. And the operating mechanism here is a very simple bicycle chain mechanism. So what we often do in our work with informal settlements is we use technologies that are locally available, can be made locally, can be maintained locally, can be installed locally, and are very affordable. And we try to resist the use of things like Internet of Things. We try to reduce the use of AI. We try to reduce the use of machine learning, because the concerns that we have about these technologies is that the moment you involve local communities in these technologies, if they break down, and they will always break down, their dependence on the global economy actually increases, and they feel more vulnerable because now they cannot repair and maintain this technology locally. So it actually also increases the cost, and it reduces the resilience and reduces the autonomy of these communities. So we believe in what's called appropriate technology, a technology that serves society versus a society that serves technology. The other kind of technology that we use is the technologies to create teaching aids for teachers of architecture. So I didn't get a chance to really talk about this when I was in Batam, but we are now creating learning aids to help students of architecture understand passive design mechanisms so that their dependence on energy-hungry technologies to cool buildings, such as air conditioning, is reduced to a great degree. So I'll quickly just show you the other kind of work that we do in terms of technology, and then I will share some thoughts about these things. So for example, this is a very simple technology from the past. You might have heard of them called sundials. And using a simple system like this, you can actually decide which orientation is appropriate for your building to reduce the amount of heat that your building will encounter, and also increase the amount of natural light. So this is a tool to help you design what are called shading devices to make sure that you don't have direct sunlight coming in, but you have enough natural light coming in to improve the experience of the occupants of the building. So for example, this is a model house, and using these kinds of magnetic aids, you can design and manipulate the kind of shading that this particular house will see. Okay, so this is just one example of what I wanted to share with you. I will now proceed to share my thoughts about appropriate technology. All right. Okay, so the first principle of appropriate technology, according to us, is that we need to create a diversity of solutions and not just one size fits all solutions that are then imposed upon people. And the phrase we like to use is that if all you have is a hammer, everything will look like a nail. So rather than solving the problems of society, you will actually end up finding ways to integrate your technology into society rather than actually listening to the problems that society has. So diversity of solutions is very important, and more important than that is co-creation of solutions with the community rather than seeing them as just passive consumers of your technology. The second principle is the humility of praxis, which means that if a community does not want your technology or does not want your intervention, you should have the humility to leave that situation. So society should always have the right to say thank you, but no thank you. The third principle is that, at least in the case of heat, we need to take a health and rights-based approach where people have rights to live a safe and dignified life. So this is an important part of technology. It should respect human rights and health. The fourth principle is appropriate technology, which improves local resilience, which improves the livelihood of local people so that they can engage in this technology by fabricating it locally, by maintaining it locally, and reduce the dependence on large global corporations. And finally, we also need to recognize that while we all want to solve the problems of society, including climate crisis, tomorrow, we need to recognize that we could end up, in our haste, reproducing the problems that we are trying to solve. So while we are in an emergency, we also need to have patience, because all solutions that are going to address comprehensive challenges very comprehensively and in the long term will need some patience. Otherwise, my fear is that we end up creating problems that are worse than the ones that we are trying to solve. And that takes me to the idea of what are called unintended consequences. I don't know if this discourse is very strong in Indonesia and Southeast Asia, but the idea that while we might all have good intentions as technocrats, as people who want to solve the problems of society, there are many instances of engineers, technocrats like myself, who end up implementing disasters for society with all good intentions. Yeah, so I'll just give you some examples of some of the unintended consequences of technology on society. And I think all engineers, all people who plan to engage with technology should be aware that things can go horribly wrong despite you having very good intentions. So just good intentions is not enough. You need to co-create solutions and technologies with communities, because they will often tell you about the possible errors that could occur and the unintended consequences that will occur. So I'll just give you one example. Now, we all are very aware of solar power, renewable energy technologies, electric vehicle battery technologies, and we all also probably know that now one of the main causes of a lot of social strife and a lot of displacement of indigenous people in Southeast Asia is because of what are called green sacrifice zones. So now, despite the fact that we all want good renewable technology, we are now creating a situation where people who are sitting on lands which have these deposits of critical minerals are being displaced and being threatened. So this is an example of an unintended consequence of a good intention, a noble intention. I'll give you one more example about an unintended consequence. So the government of India a few years ago decided that all the farms of India should get better at storing water. So they started deploying water storage technology to capture rainwater by digging large ponds across the farms of India. So this was called the Farm Pond Scheme. Now, what happened was this technology was designed in such a way that the larger farmers got larger subsidies to make bigger ponds. And what started happening was, instead of capturing rainwater, those farmers with larger acres and larger hectares of farm actually started using those ponds for storing groundwater. So what they were doing was, instead of storing rainwater, they started an arms race in a way by having larger pumps that were filling these ponds with groundwater. And what that did was, the smaller farmers who could not afford those larger pumps were then deprived of water. So a situation that was bad got worse despite having a good intention, because they didn't really engage with the community. They sat in a room, kind of like technocrats often do in air-conditioned offices, and decided that this is the best thing for the farmers of India, so let's just proceed with installing this technology. So these are just some of the examples of the unintended consequences of technology. Another issue that I would like to touch upon is the idea of efficiency and the idea of sufficiency. Now, in my introduction, you mentioned that I do work as an expert in the field of energy efficiency, and that is very true. But over the last few years, I have realized that a infinite pursuit of efficiency will also cause and worsen the climate crisis, because eventually we live in a limited planet. We have this notion of doing more with less, but eventually the resources of the earth are limited. So at some point, we need to have a concept of enough growth, enough efficiency, and the superseding principle, in my view, the overarching principle actually needs to be sufficiency, which is a notion of enough. And let me tell you a little bit, let me touch upon some of the ideas which make me critical of an infinite pursuit of efficiency. Okay, so efficiency is often sold to us as the idea of doing more with less, thinking that eventually we will save natural resources, correct? Okay, so I have a simple question for all of us. If you if you took a time machine and you go into the past, into the 1800s, say, and you meet somebody in that society and you tell them that, by the way, in the future, you're going to have the most incredible equipment to save you labor. You're going to have washing machines, you're going to have vacuum cleaners, you're going to have fax machines, you're going to have mobile phones, you're going to have fast supersonic jets to fly in, etc., etc. And it will be, what kind of world do you think it will be for you if you had all these technologies that save you labor and save you time? I'm sure the person will think that in the future, there's going to be ample amount of leisure time, and everybody is going to have a lot of free time because all your machines would be doing your work. So now let me ask you, despite all these efficiency improvements in our society, do we feel that we have more time, or do we have less time now than people of the past? At least the answer in India and our modern society is that the one thing that nobody has anymore is time for each other. The one thing that people keep complaining about is that we have no time, despite the most labor-saving devices. So this is an example of what's called the rebound effect of energy efficiency. Because we are a growth-oriented society, all the free time, the free resources, the free energy that we create because of efficiency eventually gets used up, because we want to do more and more and more in that same amount of time. And hence, we never actually see the benefits of this efficiency. So, another example of a rebound effect is that now you have hotels that promise that our hotels are so sustainable, we are using such incredible technology to reduce environmental impact, that the more you stay with us, the better it is for the environment. And what this does is it creates an illusion in the tourist's mind or in the guest's mind that, hey, you know what? Now, earlier I was feeling a little guilty about staying in these luxury hotels, but now that they are sustainable, let me spend more days in these hotels. And what that eventually does is that the overall environmental impact, the overall social impact actually gets worse, because now people think they're doing something good. It's kind of like, when you have Diet Coke as opposed to regular Coke, you might end up actually consuming more calories because you think that Diet Coke is more healthy for you. Yeah, so this is called the rebound effect. It is also very well known in terms of cars, for example. As the efficiency of cars improves, people actually drive more, which means that your net consumption of fuel actually increases. It doesn't reduce. In instance after instance, we have seen that conservation of natural resources and sustainability is actually threatened by just a mindless, infinite pursuit of efficiency, because we don't have a concept of what's called sufficiency. So sufficiency is a concept that includes limitations. It actually pays close attention to the idea of the total scale of the economy and what its carrying capacity is. And this is very important for society to know, because just the mindless pursuit of growth will not necessarily ensure prosperity of society. And to give you one example, if you think of all the natural disasters, including the tsunami that happened in our part of the world, which is a very painful, traumatic incident, overall, actually, the tsunami across the world helped the economy because it caused a lot of reconstruction. A lot of people got jobs in the disaster economy because it required to build new things. Every time there's an oil spill in an ocean, it actually improves the economy. Most disasters actually end up improving the economy, which means that if we just pursue GDP growth without recognizing whether the GDP growth is helping everybody or not, we will actually be going in the wrong direction. So my suggestion for all of us who are involved in technology is to focus on sufficiency and not a mindless pursuit of efficiency. Okay, and I have a few more thoughts that I would like to share, and then I will pause for some questions. One other thought that I would like to share with all the students and all the teachers here is that we often are thinking about global solutions. We always want to affect the whole world right away. And I would just like to read about this very critical thought from one of my favorite authors. His name is Wendell Berry. And he says this, that global thinking is impossible. No person, however sophisticated, intelligent, overloaded with information, age, state-of-the-art technologies, can ever know the earth except by reducing it statistically, as all modern institutions tend to do today. Since none of us can really know more than a minuscule part of the earth, global thinking is at best only an illusion, and its worst, the grounds for kind of destructive and dangerous actions perpetuated by global think tanks. So, in fact, what we need is that we need to do an act that is local. A good act, to be good, must be acceptable to what Alexander Pope calls the genius of the place. So good technology should actually be acceptable to society rather than the other way around, that making society accept technologies. This calls for local knowledge, local skills, and local love that virtually none of us has and that none of us can get by thinking globally. So my strong urge and recommendation is that if we want to solve the problems of society with technology, absolutely, let's do it. But let's solve local problems with the local people using local skills and local knowledge. Yeah, I have a lot more to share, but I don't want to go overboard in terms of time. If I have a few more minutes, I also just want to share one more thought, which is we should try to avoid the idea of a few dreaming for the many. Now, while we all might have good intentions to solve society's problems, we should recognize that there's a lot of intelligence amongst the local communities, and they also have dreams. So if we can try to avoid this idea of a few dreaming for the many, and instead let the many dream for themselves and enable those dreams through technology, that would be a better situation for society. Professor, can you tell me how much time I have left so that I don't go overboard?
You can have 1 more minute, all right.
Okay, fine. Okay. 1 second. For some reason, I'm not able to go to the next slide. Yes. So the final thought I would like to solve to address here is this idea of what's called technological utopianism. Now, very often, we as technologists end up creating problems that we then want to solve. So I'll give you one example. One of the things that a lot of people in India, at least a lot of youth, are facing mental health challenges. And the mental health challenges are very often caused by an incredible amount of time being spent on social media, consuming, trying to keep up with society's trends through TikTok reels and so on and so forth. So there's a sense of inadequacy that is being caused. And one of the recommendations is to meditate very often, or at least meditate regularly, to keep yourself centered, calm, composed, and not feel threatened by all these trends of society. Now, one of the ironies is that recently there has been a lot of new apps that help you meditate that actually increase the amount of time you're spending on social media. So this is actually this idea of solving a problem that doesn't really exist. So meditation is a problem because we are spending too much time on the phone, and our solutions are actually also based on increasing the amount of dependence on our phones, for example. So this is an example of solving problems that don't exist. And these are some of the critical views that I wanted to share with you that have emerged from the kind of appropriate technology-based community-centric solutions that we have been devising through our work over the last 15 years. Yeah, so I'm ready for questions, and I know that this might be very critical thinking for a lot of you, and I would love to take questions from you that maybe even challenge some of these notions.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Gilani. We are very excited to learn from your expertise, your innovative work, spanning carbon reduction initiatives, citizen engagement, and climate justice. Reminds us that sustainability is not just a technical issue, but also the role of the human one. Thank you for bringing such bold, subversive, and mission-driven ideas to the global stage. It challenges us to rethink not just what we do, but how and why we do it. All right. I would like to invite questions from the audience, students, fellow colleagues, researchers, and others. All right, we have a questions, Mr. Gilani, from Nasya Amelia Putri. I want to ask a question for you. So from your experience, what's usually the hardest part about applying a rights-based approach in communities that might not fully trust outside programs or interventions?
Yeah. First of all, I would like to thank you for that very interesting question. It's very true. And society has a lot of reason to feel skeptical about the agenda of society, because we are often told that this is for your benefit, but whereas actually very often it's for the benefit of the business. So first of all, I would like the approach that I would take is to take the society into confidence and be very clear about your agenda. Also be very clear about who is funding you. So the three questions that I usually like to use in engaging with local communities to take a rights-based approach is to ask three questions. And I actually had a slide about this, but I didn't get a chance to cover it. So maybe it's a good thing that you're asking this question. So the three questions we should often ask with communities is who pays, who benefits, and who decides. And if the ones who benefit are the ones who decide, then very often society will pay a heavy price. So making sure that the society's voice is included in your project often builds confidence in them. And the moment they know that you are on their side, that you're being very transparent, they will, I think, open up about the apprehensions they have and about the ideas that excite them. So there might be genuine ideas. For example, when we go to communities and we talk about these coverings, they are aware that there is a benefit that is available, but there are also unintended consequences that can occur. For example, in India, where very often what they do is they use the rooftop for drying their clothes. Yeah. Now, if you were to take away that space by having your solution and they can no longer use that space, then they've actually suffered a situation that is worse than their current situation. And this can only come to you when you tell them that, by the way, you have no other agenda, you have no other funder, you have no other business interest besides solving the problem that you are telling me you have a problem with. Yeah. So that's one of the things I would like to do is I would like to suggest that use this approach of who pays, who benefits, and who decides, and have an open dialogue with the community as equals.
Yeah, thank you so much for the answer. I agree with that, Mr. Kilani. And then we have three more questions, Mr. Kilani. So on the chat box, maybe I will choose only two questions because our time limitation. The first is from Sari Tilawah and Citra. From Sari Tilawah, based on your explanation that efficiency related to doing more with less can be useful for efficiency. In some cases, this term may not be applied. Like for the example, we optimize the factory running with semi-automated or full automatic equipments, which is machine doing, but it takes more energy to run those machines. So how to balance this?
Absolutely. That's a very interesting thing that while we are pursuing energy efficiency, we end up actually using more energy because we are replacing human energy with a non-renewable source of energy very often. One of the things I would like to make sure that we try to keep in mind that whenever we are using fossil energy for production, we are actually taking energy from the past, because all fossil energy is sunlight from the past. And also it is energy that is for the future. So the moment you recognize that the energy that we are currently using for our production is actually borrowed from the future and borrowed from the past, that we are not entitled to all of it in one generation. Immediately, that will put a limitation on how much you should automate and how much you should retain for human or biomechanical production. So there are many very advanced methods of using very efficient biomechanical energy. For example, you might be knowing that Mahatma Gandhi invented the spinning wheel for actually making cloth. Now, we're not saying that technology should not be improved. For sure, it should be improved. But we should make sure that if it is not biomechanically powered, then it should be renewably powered at least, so that your eventual load in terms of extraction of fossil fuel resources does not increase. Also, the second thing, there is a certain speed of production beyond which you will necessarily have to use more energy. So let me give you an example with cars. Cars run the most efficiently at 55 kilometers an hour approximately. If you try to run them faster, you will get where you want to go very quickly, but you will have ended up using the energy that is meant for the coming generations. So we need to have what's called an appropriate speed of production, which serves the interests of the future generations and of present society, rather than just the interest of infinite growth in production of the business.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kilani. Well, I think for the question from Citra and Tasha, I have to suspend it right now. But Mr. Kilani, if you do not mind, you can answer it in the chat box because our time limitation. By the way, once again, thank you so much for your time, Mr. Kilani, sharing your expertise and your experience here. Now
Thank
we
you
have
very
to
much,
continue the
Mr.
fields.
Pandu. Yes,
Yeah.
and please do share my email address with people if they want to send me questions later. That's fine as well.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
I'll answer in the chat box. Thanks a lot.
Okay,
Thank you
thanks a
very
lot.
much for inviting.
Most welcome. Now we're moving to the fifth presenter. Well, the last but not certainly the least, we welcome Dr. Heru Wijayanto Ari Pradono from Universitas Internasional Batam, a dynamic entrepreneur, educator, and mentor. With 3 master's degrees and an ongoing doctoral study in human resource management, Mr. Heru has contributed extensively to entrepreneurship education in Indonesia. He has served as a mentor for Bank Indonesia, Tanoto Foundation, Kampus Merdeka, and Sociopreneur Indonesia. His work bridges digital innovation, education policy, and business strategy, making him a powerful advocate for youth and community empowerment in digital era. Good afternoon, Dr. Heru. How are you today?
Good afternoon, Mr. Pandu. Fine, thank you.
Well, it's been a while we're not seeing each other. And we
Yes.
and we are very honored to have you here with us today.
Thank you.
So, Dr. Heru, please go ahead. The screen is yours.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Pandu. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity for today. We can contribute in this conference of on business, social science, and also the technology. I just want to share my screen first. Okay, yeah, thank you. For this afternoon, I will I will share about the catalyzing the sustainable development to the digital transformation. We divide into the three parts, in one in social inclusion, and the second one in economic sustainability, and the third one in the technological innovation. So maybe there are some material from the last from the keynote speaker before. They are maybe almost the same with the our presentation. So the first one I just want to share to all of you, because right now we know the world facing challenge. Yeah, we know about right now we have some challenge in the world like the poverty, we have challenge in the inequality, and also in the climate change. That's why the UN there are 17 sustainable development goals to provide a roadmap for addressing this issue by 2030. And the other side, right now we go up with the technology. Like you know, there are the term about the digital transformation, how to integration about the digital technology into all the facets of society, how we implement, how we integrate the technology to solve our problem, yeah, to solve the problem in the society, to solve our problem in maybe in our company, in our organization, so we can catalyze to accelerate the progress on this goal. And right now, you maybe all of you already know we are in industry 4.0. So that's why the innovation in the like big data and AI, blockchain, and also the Internet of Things are transforming the economic and governance, and they can improving efficiency and also connectivity across the sector. So the very important in here about how digital platform, how the digital technology can bridge the gaps in access to information and service, empowering the marginalized communities and also the promoting. And we talk the first one is about the digital transformation and also social inclusion for the bridging the digital divide. Based on the data that I get from the data report of 2025, we know that almost 64 billion people, there's almost about 68 or 7% of the world population use the internet. The meaning is they are one third of the world population is still offline. That's why we can see in here they are digital divide from the people already access in the online, access in the internet, and they are about the one third of the world, yeah, still the offline. So how we can contribute to solve this problem? We can use like the e-learning, we can use like the technology for the telemedicine, and maybe we can use the technology for the mobile banking or the financial payment, for example. The bridging in this digital divide is very critical, so that the people in the rural area, the people in the low income, and otherwise the maybe there are some disadvantaged group, they are not left behind. Digital transformation can be guided by inclusive the policies, can connect the remote population to essential service such as the education, healthcare, and also about the finance. I just want you give the example about how to digital transformation can bridging the digital divide and can be a solution for the one country. I just want to make the case study from the Kenya. In the Kenya, there are maybe this is the first fintech in the world, start from 2000 until 2016, they have one organization who have the product. The name is M-Pesa. So almost the 10 year 2005 until 2016, the M-Pesa lifted 194,000 household. This is almost 2,000 the Kenyan household. This is can out of the extreme poverty by enabling easy, secure financial transaction and also via the phone. And now, right now in 2025, the customer of about the M-Pesa is not only from the Kenya, is on already in the Africa region. Yeah, they are almost 16 million customer. Yeah, they have daily transaction about the 1 billion US dollar. They have some 1 million merchant, and also they are to 26 million US dollar in the social project fund. And this is for the little bit example how the technology start in 2005, maybe still not in the smartphone right now. Maybe the technology is still in the like text phone, but they can use the technology to make the financial transaction in Kenya. So that's why M-Pesa have the first financial technology in the world. This example illustrates about how technology can catalyze the social inclusion, not only in one community, not only in one region, but also it can be in the one country. For example, in this one is in the Kenya. And we can see also they are about the digital transformation and also social inclusion, about how to empowering communities, because in here we can see where digital tools can apply the voice and opportunity for marginalized groups. The connectivity and also social media can enable the community organization and knowledge sharing in the one group or maybe in one community. These digital tools and also platform can empower the marginal group by enhancing access to information, to the public service, and also about to the economic opportunity. So that's why, right now we have in the social media era, how we can use the connectivity, how we can use the social media support, can support the community organizing and knowledge sharing, and this can make the impact in inclusivity, and the effort must focus on improving digital literacy, affordability, and also local relevance of the content. This is for the example that maybe our country, Indonesia, already do in the start 2000 to 2020. The government start the digital transformation in education. We can talk about the Merdeka Belajar. The aim is to expand the digital access to and ensure the quality learning nationwide in Indonesia, because Indonesia is very wide, it's very bigger country. There are so many provinces, there are so many schools, there are so many digital gap about the technology. There are so many problems about the digital literacy. So that's why this is one step ahead from the government. I know this is still not working good well, but this is it can be the first start, the first step, the first start for the government to push digital transformation in education. And we continue about the digital transformation and also to economic sustainability. And there are some research that show about how the digital economy is can growing rapidly when they use the digital transformation. From the research from the PwC, they said about the digital economy is can growing rapidly. It already account estimate 50% about the global GDP, and is project to reach up almost 25% of global GDP in 2025. This is for the research from the PwC, because The growing is because about the how using the implementation about the digital transformation. Because in digital transformation, this is the reshaping the economies, they can the creating the new industry and also more efficient is about the business model. And by leveraging about the technology such as the AI, cloud computing, and also about the data analytic, the company can boost productivity, yeah, and then optimize the resource that they have. For example, like we know in the industry 4.0, in industry 4.0 technology, we can use the sensor, we can use the automation, we can use the artificial intelligence that can help the factory that use energy and also the material for more efficiency, reducing waste and also about the emission. And And also, when we talk about the digital transformation and also economic sustainability, uh, we, we talk too about the triple bottom line benefit. So we're not talking about the economy, but we are also talking about the environmental and also about the social performance. There are some study in the 2023, they study about talk about the 760 stakeholder that found that this company, this organization integrating sustainability goals into digital transformation. And the result is the positive influence, the efficiency of the transformation, which can be measured by environmental, the social, and also about the economic performance in the indicator. And in other words, the companies can pursue the digital innovation with sustainability in mind see gains in on all the but the three dimension. And also, when we talk about digital transformation and also economic sustainability, we talk about the inclusivity and also about the resilient economic. For the digital transformation, it can be truly sustainable. It must be inclusive, empowering small business. It support about the developing countries and also underrepresented group. That's why the policies from the government must be support about the entrepreneurship. The regulation must support about how to make a good one in the digital skill and also access to capital can help the broaden participant and unlock innovation. Digital tools create the high quality job. That's why we must to focus about the digital mindset. We can focus about the digital literacy because they can enhance the efficiency in traditional sector, and also this inclusivity can foster the long-term equitable growth aligned with the social and also about the environmental goals. For the example about the how about the technology innovation by driving sustainable development. This is for about the example about how the innovation to support the people and planet. For the example, the first one, how the artificial intelligence AI can enhance the predictive analytics. They can improving about the healthcare. They focus on SDG number 3, and also about how to support climate action, SDGs number 13, to the data-driven insight. And also about the Internet of Things, how the IoT enable the real-time monitoring. They can support about the smart city, SDGs number 11, and also about the efficiency energy that can use in grid and also in building, SDGs number 7. And also in the third one, for the example, is about how big data analytics can boost the farming productivity. This is the SDGs number 2, and also the support disaster response. This is about the SDGs number 13 to the inform decision making. There are so many example. Yeah, this is the only three that I can sell to all of you, because the rapid technology innovation can providing the new tools. Yeah, in the technology innovation in digital transformation can make the new tools, new idea, new innovation. Yeah, to tackle development challenge. Yeah, that's why the emerging technologies are being directly applied to advance specific to SDGs. And there's in another side about the technological innovation who's driving the sustainable development. This is we talk about the open innovation and also collaboration. In digital transformation is also the catalyst to open innovation and also about the knowledge sharing. In talk about the connectivity can enable the researcher, the business, the academia, yeah, the communities to collaborate on solution in the real time. Yeah. And we see a rise in open data platform and innovation hub, where technology and also some social entrepreneur in the world can co-create to make a good solution. For example, maybe like they are hackathon to develop apps for public health, or maybe hackathon to develop apps for the climate adaptation. And this collaboration potential can make the innovation to accelerate the problem solving and can make the spread best practice to across the border. And what's kind they are still have a challenge and also cost consideration for sustainable driver transformation. There are three challenges that I can recap. The first one is about to addressing the downside. While the digital transformation being good promise, it also prevents some risks. For example, number one is about the digital divide. There are some widened inequality, but the access and skill is still unequal. There are some e-waste and also energy consumption from this growth harm the environment. And also there are job displacement and data concern social and ethical issue. And the second one is about the policy and governance. There are still some risk because the sustainability needs strong policy support and also collaboration from the government, from the society, from the stakeholder. The government must invest, yeah, in infrastructure, must invest in green tech, in the right protection, and then the public and the private partnership can scale the solution for connectivity and also about the digital tools. And the regulations are necessary for maintaining ethics, promoting inclusion, and also upholding environmental standards. And the challenge number three is about the holistic and also inclusive approach. Technology alone is not enough. Yeah, technology is just a tools. That's why technology must be integrated with the human-centered gains. So before we using the better technology, before using the implemented technology, we must focus about the human first. We must to change about our digital mindset. We must to change about the digital ethic, digital behavior. Yeah, before we use the better technology. Technology only a tools. Yeah, so that's why must integrate it with the human center. Sustainability strategies should be embedded from the start. Yeah, and then the stakeholder engagement and change management are key to success. Ongoing monitoring can ensure the digital efforts to align with the SDGs goal. So that's why this is the some challenge right now, because for example in Indonesia, because from the data, the digital literacy in Indonesia is still number 14 until number 14 in the world. Is I'm not wrong, yeah, in 2024, but we still have a good number, yeah, since like the 5 years ago. But still, the challenge that we must do improve about our human center, about digital mindset, and also about the digital literacy in Indonesia. So there are some two conclusion and also the future outlook. The first one, we know the digital transformation is one a good opportunity. This is why I said they are the promise about the digital transformation. The first one, digital transformation is maybe one the key driver for sustainable development. And from the digital transformation, we can promote about the social inclusion, we can promote about the economic efficiency, and also about the technological innovation. And then for the reward example, this is about the good case we can implement to measure the impact. And we still have about more research about how to align digital with sustainable goal to amplify the social, environmental, and also economic benefit. We still need the collaboration across sector, not only about the technology, not only about the social, but it's good to possible for us to make a collaboration to unlock the full potential because the digital transformation is need more some perspective, yeah, some multidiscipline. And then the second one is about call to action. This is about how to building a sustainable digital future. We invite to educator, to student, yeah, citizen, to all of you in here, must work together to shape inclusive in digital ecosystem, because right now is we're talking about every day we have new technology, how we use the technology to implement to solve our problem, to solve the environment problem. Yeah, that's why it's very important thing right now. The second one, we must to invest in digital skill. Yeah, this is one we need. Yeah, because like I said before, the technology always new every day, so we must to upgrade our digital skill. Yeah, learn, relearn, unlearn about the digital skill, which is very important right now. Uh, we must to focus too about to responsible innovation, and don't forget about the ethic. Yeah, because the ethic is still important right now. Beside about the technology, and the coming decide is very crucial to ensure that technology serve both people and also the planet. So I just want to invite to all of you to commit to digital inclusion. We can to sustainability and also innovation to make the innovation for a better future for all, for the better world, to better environment, and also for the good for the future. I think that they are my short presentation and my short sharing for today. Will give back to Mr. Pandu. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Heru, for your insightful and fruitful presentation related to the digital transformation. By the way, Dr. Heru, allow me to ask a question. It's very interesting for me, related to how can policy and governance framework be designed to ensure that the digital transformation not only drives efficiency, but also promotes open innovation and knowledge sharing across public and private sectors.
Yes, we talk about the regulation. From my opinion, and also my experience, especially for the Indonesian, for Indonesia, Mr. Pandu, there are some people they want to move, yeah, because they're still happy with the condition like now. But if there are some regulation to make a move, to make a change, yeah, they will change, yeah, because the regulation, yeah. They try to, I don't know what to say, paksaan, sedikit paksaan for example, yeah, because the regulation is must to strict about the condition. Uh, we still need something like that in Indonesia, yeah, because to push about the people to make a change, to make a regulation about that. I think my opinion, that's why we still need regulation. So that's why I make some case study before from the Ministry of Education in Merdeka Belajar. Yeah, I know still not good, still not maximum, but there are some people already changed because of that. Yeah. So from the beginning, when 2020 their regulation is start, oh, some people is very hectic, very protest for example. But right now, I think when I talk about some teacher, guru penggerak, they they have the impact from that regulation. Yeah. So that's why we need the regulation about that in Indonesia. I think that's simple question.
All right.
So
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Heru, for the answer. It's very brilliant. And I very agree with that. I cannot say that.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right. With the presentation of Dr. Heru, I think that brings us to the end of this powerful plenary session. Thank you so much, everyone, especially to our speakers, our keynote speakers, and then our participants, organizing teams, and also our fellow colleagues for your time and enthusiasms. I think that's all for this plenary session. I will give the screen back to the MC of today, which is Miss Tasha. Tasha, the screen is yours. Pak Andrew, thank you so much once again.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pandu Prasojo, for excellently moderating to this plenary session and guiding us through such a productive and enriching discussion. We now invite Dr. Iskandar Itan once again to present the certificate of appreciation to our respective plenary speakers. It is our honor to present a certificate of appreciation to Dr. Muhammad Zulfabli bin Hassan.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad Zulfabli.
Most welcome.
Thank you for making the time. Thank you for sharing the thought.
Most welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Dr. Maria, you still with us? Dr. Maria, are you still with us?
Pak Rektor, it seems that Dr. Iglesia is already leaving this
Okay,
meeting.
it's okay. Please convey my regards to Dr. Maria. Mr. Vivek Gilani, are you still with us? Mr. Gilani?
It seems that Mr. Gilan is already
Also
leaving,
already
also
left. Yeah,
leaving
okay,
this
yeah.
meeting.
Next one, please. Yeah, Dr. Heru, thank you for sharing your thought.
Thank you,
Please
Pak
receive
Iskandar.
this certificate of appreciation from UIB.
Yeah, thank you, Pak
Yeah,
Iskandar.
thank you. And yeah, Dr. Pandu, thank you
Thank you
for
so
being
much.
the moderator. Please receive this certificate of appreciation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Iskandar Itlan, for the appreciation.
Thank you very much for Dr. Iskandar for your support and for taking the time to join us throughout this morning session. With great appreciation, we not only allow you to leave the Zoom meeting to attend your other commitments. Once again, thank you for your presence and for officiating today's conference for Dr. Iskandar.
You're welcome.
Ladies,
Thank you. Yeah.
ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a scheduled break. The conference will resume at 1 p.m. With the parallel research presentation sessions, please make sure to check your assigned Zoom breakout room in advance and prepare accordingly. We look forward to welcoming you back after the break. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin preparation for the parallel sessions. Please proceed to the breakout room according to the schedule and session assigned. If you need assistance, our technical support team is ready to help.
Nanti dipindahin nih. Ini ganti nama ya, Teh?
Permisi, sedikit boleh itu pihak confidence sendiri. Karena ini saya tentang device. Izin Pak, boleh mohon bantuannya Kak, untuk soal sendiri Kak.
Halo Pak Yusto, saya akan memasukkan ke R2. Oh, IT.
Maaf Kak, tadi saya dimasukkan itu ke ruangan 1. Saya ke ruangan 9.
Tolong IT, saya di-joinkan lagi ke room 2. Terdengar suara saya?
Ini ambil presenter.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the closing of the 5th CoNeSciNTech 2025. On behalf of the committee, we sincerely thank all participants, presenter, and speaker for making today's event such a success. We are pleased to announce the following recognition: Best Presenter Award and Best Paper Award. Let us begin for the Best Paper. First, Muhammad Dodi Firmansyah and Zurina Zaya, Analysis of the Influence User Interface UI and User Experience UX on Big Data Application on Administrative Dashboard Function Interest on Portal News. Second person is Franciscus Leonel Dedrick Aviana and Huiliana Triangawati. AI-based plan recommendation system on environmental parameters. Third, Dini Angriani, Adnas, and Melissa, design and development of the 2D Android-based game Let's Shoot It using the game development life cycle. Fourth, Jerry Jadian, with the title An Open Source Solution to Implement Secure Centralized Log Servers using Wazoo. Fifth, Yowina Trisania, with title Using Digital Storytelling to Support Vocabulary Development in Preschool Class. And sixth, Serena, with the title Exploring the Effectiveness Visual Stimuli to Improve Writing Skill of 8th Graders. 7. Jenny Lawrence Pinasang, Gladys Imanda Utami Rangkuti, Alda Aulisa Fitri, Evelyn Talia Ferdianti, Kori Kate Ping, and Zahwa Reina Habiba, with title Revitalization on the Marina City Batam area through the development of coastal public spaces based on sustainable tourism. 8. Cindy Lee, Evi, Devin Kasimatupang, Windy Eka Putri, and Hari Sutrasji Semadi, with the title The Regulatory Imperative for Threat Secret Valuation as Collateral to Enhance Financing Accessibility in Indonesia. 9. Vivian, Alia Aprilia, Kiska Aurelia Vicky, and Hari Sutradi Semadi, with the title Challenge of Patent Protection in the Digital Era, Analysis of Indonesian Law and Comparison with the Patent Protection Model in China. 10. Christy, Jimmy Lee, Angela Octaviana, Roger Louis Haryanto, Joshua Nicholas Tan, and Hari Sutradi Semadi, the role of online dispute resolution (ODR) in addressing breach of contract disputes in Indonesian digital contract era. 11. Aisyah Maulani and Agustianto, with the title Legal Protection Efforts for Customer Right in Cases of Personal Data Breaches and Banking. Now we move to the Best Presenter Award. First is Saiful Anas Ahlani with the title Strategic Analysis on Business Decisions, PT Flextronics Technology Indonesia by Utilizing Generative Artificial Intelligence, Gen AI, in the Electronics Manufacturing. Second, Calvin with the title Visual Appeal and Emotional Impact on the Audience Interest of Information System, Students at Universitas Internasional Batam, a comparison between anime and live action One Piece in Batam. Third, Navelina, with the title Development of 2D Educational Animation on the Adverse Health and Mental Effects of Excessive Gaming. Fourth, Christina Cho, with the title Collaborative Innovation between SMEs and Startups, Open Business Model Implementation in Batam. Fifth, Agatha F. Putri, with the title Human Capital and Perceived Usefulness on Perceived Profitability, Study of Counting Information Acquisition in SMEs. 6. Friendly Tansri, with the title Enhancing Student Speaking Performance Through Tech-Integrated Role-Play in Teaching Announcement. 7. Finitelli, with the title Utilization of Samba Coastal Area Space as a Recreation in Preserving Local Culture. 8. Cindy Lee, with the title Deferred Prosecution Agreements as an Alternative for Corporate Corruption Cases, a study on infrastructure harassment in Indonesia. 9. Muhammad Arif Rifadi with the title Corporate Criminal Liability in Human Trafficking via Social Media, case study from Indonesia. And Devani Andriani, The Phenomenon of Brand Hijacking on Social Media, an analysis of public perception and its implication for consumer trust. 11. Jimmy Lee with the title Reformasi Hukum Paten di Indonesia, Studi Komparatif dengan Sistem Paten Eropa dan Amerika Serikat. Congratulations to all the awardees. We will now proceed. Congratulations for the participant that already we announced as a best presenter and best paper. We will now proceed with the photo session to commemorate today's event. We kindly request all participants to turn on your camera. Please ensure your face is clearly visible and that your virtual background is properly applied. We will take a few screenshots, so please remain on screen and maintain your position until we inform you that the session is complete. First slide. Ready? 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, second slide. 3, 2, 1. Okay, third slide or last slide. 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you all very much for your cooperation. Thank you once again for being a part of this academic forum. We hope to see you again at the future conferences. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, everyone.
Udah selesai kan?